Ugh. Baby, what are you doing over there? No, no, no. You cannot get up here. All right? No. We're fixing to go to work. Down. Get down. No. Cannot crawl up here. Go. God damn it. I think that's everybody. What's up, Goliath? Oh, what fresh hell be this? Yeah. Yo, what's up, cock god, you motherfucker? Twitch hasn't been showing me showing me your shit when you've been on a whole lot recently. What's up with that, woman? Are you fucking hiding from us? Fuck you too, Adidas. Sekiro. Shadows die twice. I have a problem with the title like that. I get that they're going for, like, I guess, like, some sort of dramatic value or whatever out of that title. But shadows are not living creatures. They can't die, much less die twice. So that title doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't, though. Adidas, like, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. How the fuck are you gonna kill a shadow once, much less twice? Shadows aren't real. They're not a living thing. You can't kill them. I mean, I've seen you play it some. It looks like a pretty cool game and all, but it also looks very much like a Souls style game. And as I've stated before, I don't really have the physical and perhaps the mental reflexes to successfully play a Soul-style game without raging so hard I give myself a heart attack almost. Like, that's my problem with any Souls game or Soul-style game, that I just mentally and physically, I just don't really have the reflexes for games like that anymore. You know, fucking old age and all that bullshit. I think it was Cheese Bomb, if I remember correctly. See, Mud Frigimon. Into a Panamon. is really just a points game. Not too terribly difficult to do. Let's get those Pokeballs out, motherfuckers.
Gigi だってバトルするんじゃ。いっけ
マッチと遊んでくれますの？ほな次行きましょう。マッチと遊んでくれますの？ちっとも圧にならしまへんな。
That, kiddies, is the match.
みんなのおかげだよ。
And from here on out, it should be mostly a walk in a fucking park. She's my guy to basically keep her off the field.
Oh! なんとかなったね。
マッチと遊んでくれますの？ほな次行きましょう。
You to gain points.
さあ行こう。いっけー。
And that's game. What's up, Chef? How you doing, old man? Alright, anti-Devimon. We're gonna go Ryuji. And fail. Now this is a domination elimination fight. Oh, it's fucking cold up here. I blame you, Chief.
Hack 開始だ。
I blame Chef for it being cold where I live.
ハック開始だ。なんとかなったね。
ハック開始だ。このまま押し切れ。悪くなかった。
I'd rather have the 85 degrees, motherfucker! Shit! I think it's Freya. Not 100% sure. Alright, let's get those Pokeballs out. Come on now, let's get those motherfucking Pokeballs out, bitches. That's not what I was trying to do. God damn it. See what I tell ya? You son of a bitch. Alright. Alright, I've analyzed all those, so...
滑稽だとは思わないか。ジミー・ケンのことさ。力で観客を集めて。そうだ。いきなり本題かい？会話を楽しむ余裕は私の目的。それを話す前に一つ問いたい。奴を見てみろ。エデンでの奴はステージ上で輝くロックスター。果たして仮想世界での出来事はリアルではない。まがいものだと人だが今や人はほとんどの時間をこのエデンで過ごす。エデンで生き交う情報。それならこの仮想世界での姿の方が人々にとっての理想の姿を手に入れようとする行為はやっていることがどれだけ滑稽であれ、エデンであのピエロはそのいい例だ。少々詰めが甘いがね。ザクソン以外にもジミー・ケンを狙うハッカー。奴は自分の手足に操り糸が巻きついていることに気がついていない。いや、奴は傀儡さ。デモンズの真のトップは私。彼はいい看板だったのでね。表舞台の仕事は彼にだがこれからは違う。これからは私。今エデンのハッカーたちはあまたの正義、あまたの価値観の中で何を選べばいいのかわからなくなっている。私がそんなハッカーたちを導いてデモンズを掌握し、ザクソンを屈服させ、エデンに存在。私の正体を問うため。君は本当に君か？一度も疑問に思った。
I know who he is. But for those of you who may not have actually seen this story through yet,
データ化され改ざんが可能になったこの仮想現実世界でさえ 水槽の中の脳である可能性がある大勢が何の疑問もなく行っている記憶のデータ化はよく考えてみたまえ。エデンでこうあろうとしている姿と現実。
そいつのヨタ話に耳を貸すんじゃね
リュウジ出てきちゃダメだって。
え。黙って聞いてりゃグダグダと。そいつのメンツのために様子を見ていようと思ったが、煙に巻いた言い回しばかりしているが、要はデモンズの黒幕が悪事を別のやつに押し付けておいて自分がハッカーを導く。こいつを付け狙う理由は何だ。
彼が心配でわざわざついてきたんだ。ご立派なリーダーだが、君は私に説教なんてできる身分だ。さて、話はここまでだ。約束を違えて邪魔者を連れてきた報いは受けてもらおうか。自分が一体何者か、気が向いたらまた犯人の情報を送ろう。それは
追うのは後だ。来るぞ。
ハック開始だ。
I should make mostly short work of this.
Well, 悪くなかった。
Memory up.
終わった。あー怖かった。お疲れ様。その目はひょっとしてまた私が戦闘に参加しなかったことを責めてる？
Digimon is just too
言っ
adorable.
たでしょ、サポートしかできないって。それにあんな大きなデジモンとバトルをすることを考えるだけで。
妙なことをする野郎だ。気づかなかったか、あいつがしていたことに。
デジモンでのバトルはハッカーが同じエリアからデジモン。それなのにあいつはこの場にいなければそこらにいるハッカーとは違う。
バトルはともかく理解力はこいつのが上だな。
そうでしょそうでしょ。
これで分かったな。これ以上奴の正体が何者か知らないが得体が知れない。それに
ちょまえがだけど
Oh, I despise Jimmy Ken. He's such a
あっちも終わった
douchebag.
ようだな。帰るぞ。
お兄ちゃんにバラしちゃってごめん。言うつもりはなかったんだけど、昔から隠し事をしてもすぐ見抜かれちゃうの。聞いてたよ、ケイトの会話。ワームモンと通信つないで全部見てた。まさかとは思うけど、あいつの言ったこと気にしてるわけじゃないよ。 あんなの君を混乱させるために言っていただけだよ。正真正銘君は君。そんなのこっちと向こうの両方で会えば分かることだもん。何より精神データはエデンの最も重要な構成要素であり個人財産だよ。不正にアクセスされないように最高難易度のセキュリティが設定されてるんだから。人の精神データにアクセスすることはお兄ちゃん、そりゃ以前のアカウントの君とは会ったことがないからその時点で別人に入れ替わっ別人じゃん。別人なの
Erica's
どう
adorable.
したもう殴ったらまた壊れる。安心して。この間直した時パーツ
Her story's kind of a tragic one, though.
なんちゃってお返し
Oh, good. I got it right. Excellent. Actually, now that I think about it, let me go here and do it. I'd actually forgotten about this. Definitely taking Faye. Ooh. That's slightly on the annoying side, but I can handle it. And there she blows.
なんとかなったね。
That is very annoying.
Hack 開始だ。マッハスティンガービクトリー。
Things like this, I should be able to bring like everybody I could bring, and then when I take an emblem, I can leave somebody on guard. Otherwise, this shit gets super annoying.
みんなのおかげだよ。
私も結構強いんだよ。
It's not like I probably couldn't go just straight to the boss battle and fuck him up. I'm strong enough at this point that probably wouldn't be too much of a problem. Even with the paralysis at the start of fight. But, you know, rather not. Plus, I want the extra experience. That worked. That kinda hurt a little bit. You little cunt. Can't go that way.
開始だ。遊びはしまいや。いっけー。なんとかなったね。
I'm here to fuck up somebody's world. That person is you. Sure.
挑む相手を間違えんしたな。
なんとかなったね。
I believe Jupiter out of those three. I mean, Wormmon's not terribly powerful. But I can make this work.
ハッキング始めるよ。 私と遊んでくれますの？
Hello, Mystic.
ほな次行きましょう。
ハック開始だ。
Take her out of danger. But he'll come aggressive.
さあ
You won't be smart trying to get a power up. And he should be easy to finish.
みんなのおかげだよ。
Her Wormmon is strong enough to withstand a hit. If I remember right, it's like a Grand Quagamon and something else. Or maybe a Kabuterimon variant. Alright, time to hop into Eden. Alright, Cherrymon, Woodmon. Time for you to learn a lesson on life.
なんとかなったね。ハック開始だ。Hercules
Kabuterimon, I believe is the gold one. And then, if I remember right, the dark one is Grand Kawagamon. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a niche for people who want to watch insects beat the living shit out of each other. Like, I'm sure that's a thing somewhere, somehow. I have zero interest in it. I don't know about the rest of you. I could care less about insects fighting. Alright, Kowloon 3, so it won't be under Kowloon, that does make a bit of a difference. Alright. So I've got to go use the restroom. Then I've got some puppies here at the house I'm pup sitting that need to go out for a little bit. Just give me somewhere between about 20 and 30 minutes. And I will be back, so hang tight.
grip.
What are you looking about? Good job. yourself supposed to do the whole job. either you're in or you're out. Come on. Come on. All right. Sorry about that. Told you it'd take a little bit. See if I missed anything. Not really. Alright, let's get those Pokeballs in the chat, motherfuckers. I'm going to finish catching up on Discord really quick before we get back to playing. I believe that was Gargomod. I believe it was Armageddon. I have not been down here for quite a while. I don't personally remember the goddamn route. There's going to be a bit of wandering. I do apologize about that.
なんとかなったね。
Also, I haven't done the Sistermon thing in a while.
ハック開始だ。
I'm not entirely sure where they're at down here. Hey, Coffee of Death, welcome in. How you doing, sweetheart?
みんなのおかげだよ。
Speaking of, let's see, we'll give you that. We'll take that and give you. So we'll give you Hell Crusher. Mamamon. So I got one of the two. Right.
さあ行こう。
Okay, so I gotta get up there. I remember how to get up there. I don't think I get up there from here. I remember how to get up there, but I'm not entirely sure I remember how to get up there. Up there where the eagles fly. Up there where my ship takes flight. Digimon. Oh, while I was out, my controller gave me the signal saying, "Plug me in or I'm going to die." The controller has been plugged in. The controller will not die. If my memory serves me correctly, and we think it does. Not sure, but we think it does.
みんなのおかげだよ。
This be the route I needed to go to get to where the thingy was sitting at.
ハック開始だ。
Look, be a lady tonight.
ハック開始だ。
Digimon
寄ってらっしゃい、見てらっしゃい。見ていってください。シスタム姉妹のトレーニングジム開校中よ。今ならなんとジム開校記念特典、私たちの拳受けてみてください。お、あんた殴ってくださいって顔してるもの。それにあんたデジどう？私たちの今なら開校記念特典。ああ、助っ人募集で来てくれた人ね。確か便利屋のフーディエだったかしら。
ポケボールインチャート。
デジモンの依頼なんて誰も受けてくれないと思ってた。そうですね、お姉ちゃん。依頼受けてくれ。私たち姉妹はデジタルワールドじゃちょっとした有名デジモンなんだから。
You know, there is technically a third Sistermon in Japan, but due to so-called American censorship and sensibilities, she was considered inappropriate for America.
姉さんってば。おっと、私たちがこの世界に来たのは最強を目指すデジモンガンクーモン師匠とその弟子のハックマン2人と一緒にデジタルワールドで。はい、それで2人とも大丈夫よブラン。とにかくそんなわけで元のでもただ探すのってとっても暇。姉さんってば暇も。そこでこのエデンにもデジモンがいるみたいだから。はい、弱いデジモンたち今からここにでも私たち実力には自信があるんだけど。あ、自分で言う。この可愛い見た目のせいでようやく捕まえた。そこであんたたち便利屋に怖そうな手下名付けていかつい手下を従える。そのなんだけどエデンの腕利きの便利屋だって聞いたからもっといかつ。そうですね、どっちかも。
That's just me.
後者に強そうな印象を与えられる。姉さんむちゃくちゃ。でもそうですね。え、本当？ちょっと。おお、今いかにも敵っぽいというか、今にも無敵モードになってケチ。すいません、でもそれをつけていただくこの依頼頼む。15さ準備よ。
モキヤ、ここがこれ。
そうそう、なんでも開校記念で特典もつくらしいよ。
これ食べ物。バカはバカ。
もう2人とも食いしん坊。またハッカーが襲ってきて君たちを奪われたりしたら困るし。
あ、ね
え、よく来たわね。誰？生まれた時から姉妹だけ命か。ある日出会った恩人は地震、雷、火事、親父。路頭に迷った2人の姉妹。師匠といつしか姉妹も腕を上げ、その名は広くシスタモン姉妹。ここに参上。当トレーニングジムへようこそ。白峰のきやさん、私たちシスタモン姉妹とその手下が今日一日やわわい。道場の師範代ってデジモンってみんなアグモンやガブモンみたいなのかと思ってた。でも可愛すぎてなんだかトレーニングやっぱりこの私たちがあんまりプリチーだからってでした。あデモンズって何？
エデンにいる。そうそう、エデンで。
デモンズめ、こんなところでも悪巧み許せん。
これ
Adidas.
歌そっか
なんでそんなもん集めてるのかはよくわからないけど、世の中にはいろんな趣味の人。
好きなものがたくさんあるって
見かけで人を判断しちゃダメだねの
ともかく君は
I
大丈夫な人ってことね。
absolutely believe that worked.
誤解しちゃってごめんね
These three,
仮面の人。
not the smartest motherfuckers in the game. And they're not necessarily dumb, but they're not smart.
ごめんね
なんかよくわかんないけど誤解ですね。これ
ねえねえここ
はい、あなたたちがちゃんとさ、私たちの特訓は厳しいわよ。覚悟はでもここで逃げたらいつもよろしくお願いします師匠。私たちのことボッコボコのドッキドキに来てください。
Yeah, I love Nokia, Gabumon, and Agumon in these games, but yeah, they're really, they're kind of fucking dumb.
準備はよろしいですね。お手柔らかにお願いします。いけいけいけ。さあ、どう僕もうやめよう。どうやら弱さの原因はあなたにあるようです。え、私？その通りよ。愛が足りないわ。あなた自分はデジモンの後ろで応援するだけの存在だと思ってない？主役はあくまでデジモンで、自分は添え物だとでも思っているんじゃないかしら。でも私にできることなんて応援するかみんなをサポート。それが大きな間違いなのよ。私たちは周囲の情報を取り込んで進化する生命体。私たちにとって一番力となるもの、それは愛が力に。そばにいる人たちからの愛は何よりも私たちを強くする。私たちにとっては師匠のガンクーモンやガンクーモン様の海のように大きな愛や、それが私たちを何より強くしてくれた。そんな愛があなたにあるのかしら。いきなり言われたって、アグモンやガブモンのことは大好きだけど、どうしたらそれを持つことができるの？さあね、それは自分で考えなさい。そうですね。ぶつけること。へえ。
Who, Nokia? Because she's Japanese, and Japan has, and I've talked about this a lot before on multiple occasions. Japan has this fascination with female characters really being very much whore-like in appearance and action. Like if you watch anime, if you watch Super Sentai, if you watch like any Metal Hero show, or most of them anyways, you'll notice that this is a trend. They dress like whores, they act like whores. They're portrayed often as, even when they're like main characters, as like the weaker team members compared to the male co-stars. Even the villains that are female in much of what I've seen of Japanese media tend to be portrayed as weaker, even when they should technically be equal in power if not actually the stronger part of a group or team or story or what have you. Female members often don't get main story plots, things of that nature. They're kept down and they're basically put in a lot of the time as like eye candy. But that said, they do get their moments here and there. It may not be as often as I feel that they should, but they do get their moments. Like I'll give you some examples. I'm a huge Power Ranger fan. I'm a huge fan of Kamen Rider and Super Sentai, which is Super Sentai is what Power Rangers was based on for many, many years. I've watched the vast majority of Super Sentai shows and at least half of the available to watch Kamen Rider shows. I have noticed a lot of female characters in those shows that are, in my opinion, very strong characters. But they're often just kind of looked down upon and set below male characters in shows. For example, the show that Turbo was based on, or not Turbo, yeah, it was the show that Power Rangers Turbo was based on. It's, what was it? It was a Super Sentai, either Car Ranger or Turbo Ranger or something to that effect. There are three primary females in the show. Two are antagonists or good guys. One is a protagonist, the good guys. One is a female antagonist, a member of the bad guy team. Now, in that particular show, I thought they actually did a pretty good job with the female protagonists. They showed that the protagonists that were female were strong, capable, able to hold their own. They kept up with the team for the most part. I enjoyed how they were portrayed, and they didn't really get dressed in too slutty of a manner. Mostly. There were some episodes where they got dressed in outfits for a lot of the episodes that were questionable. But the female antagonist of the show was played out as this ditzy dumb fuck who didn't seem to be capable of doing a damn thing. She was overly flirty. She was constantly dressed like a slut. She was never allowed to step up and try really to do anything during the course of like 48 to 52 episodes worth of the show. I felt that she got done dirty. My feeling on the character was that she was actually one of the strongest, if not the strongest member of the main team of antagonists in that particular Super Sentai. But she was never allowed to step out of this bubble that she was written into through every episode. She wasn't allowed to like show up and show out and show the viewers what she could actually do. She was just kept away from the action and just kind of sequestered and treated I felt like shit in the scripts. And that's kind of what I'm talking about when it comes to Japanese portrayal of women in shows where men are also main characters. My experience has been, and mind you, this is my experience. I understand that my experience is very limited. It's not as wide ranging as it could be or should be. I want that well established because it's pertinent to this conversation. But my experience with main female leads in much of what I've seen from Japanese media is that the main female leads are never, or at least are very rarely, placed on the level of the male lead. They're not allowed to step up into that limelight very often based on my personal experiences with Japanese media. The other half to the equation here to answer your question is this. There's a huge difference between what's portrayed in Japanese media and how upfront they are about it versus what's portrayed in American media and how upfront Americans are about that as a country. So in Japanese media, and I actually applaud this mostly. There are certain parts of this I find a little questionable, but I'm mostly very much in favor of this. In Japanese media, they are not afraid to teach kids from the moment of conception, essentially, about sex, drugs, death, murder, crime, all that kind of stuff. Even their kids' media has these themes throughout much of it, very strongly written in. They are basically taught this from the moment of conception. Now, the difference in American media is this. Because Japan is upfront about it, they'll tell you right from the get-go, this is how they do things. All right, they make that very clear from the get-go. American media doesn't do that. We have, quote unquote, censorship in America where we lie to the world and say our kids are not taught this from essentially from conception of the child, but we are. Especially in the world of today, more so than any other time throughout the last 200 or 300 years at the very least. We are absolutely taught that from conception here in America. We're taught all about these things. We're taught about violence. We're taught about drugs. We're taught about love. We're taught about hate. We're taught about all these different things that we need to know and we need to understand so that we can decide who we want to be as people as we grow up. We are absolutely taught all of that. But we tell the world we're not. We say we have censorship in America. We have ratings for what, kids up to a certain age are allowed to see and what they're not. And we enforce that very strictly, but we don't. Think about that. An example of what I'm talking about. And I'm Gen X, mind you. So my example is going to be taken from my personal childhood. Um, it may or may not be something that you're familiar with, but you wouldn't have necessarily grown up on it. Matter of fact, I can almost guarantee you didn't necessarily grow up on it the way I did. I watched the original Indiana Jones movies when I was very young. Like, I saw my first one when I was, God, like somewhere between about 8 and 10 years old. Those movies have some incredibly important, powerful, strong themes in the movies. They're Nazism, religion, specifically Christianity, violence, traps, trickery, betrayal, things of that nature, are all very strong themes in each of those original movies. And I grew up watching them from a very young age. But they are rated for like teenage years. You're not supposed to see films of that nature until like you're at least 14 or 15. There's a lot of cussing, sex, violence, ancient rituals like human sacrifice, etc., scattered throughout all of these films. You're not supposed, according to censorship, you're not supposed to allow your children to see films of this nature until they're in their teenage years. I saw them before I even was considered a preteen. I saw at least one of the movies before I was considered a preteen. I think it was Temple of Doom, which is, for a kid that age, is a movie that can be considered very traumatizing. Um, but America doesn't want to admit that films of this nature, media of this nature, is consumed by children who, according to their censorship ratings, should not be allowed to consume it. Another perfect example, and I'm not trying to throw shade on this industry at all, I want to make that clear, but it's one of the worst abusers of the so-called censorship bullshit in America. And when I say abusers, I mean they abuse methods to avoid getting hit by censorship and allow kids to read things or see things they should not at specific ages. The comic book industry. Even going as far back as I've read comics from like the 40s and the 50s. Back when I was like 13, 14. There was a place I was at. There was a person I made friends with who had a collection of ancient comics that he allowed me to read. Like, I would borrow several issues at a time and read them and then return and get more. But even going back as far as like the 40s or the 50s style of comics, before we come to the more modern age comics, which started in like the mid to late 1980s, there were themes in those comics which young children should not be exposed to according to censorship. Drugs were a big theme in many older comics. You would see a hero or a set of heroes go up against gangs out there slinging drugs and consuming drugs. Alcoholism was a huge theme in many old comics. You would see people on every side of an issue, heroes, villains, those kind of in the middle, the non-heroes, the non-villains, like normal people. You would see them out drinking. You would see them walking and drunk, in public, obviously drunk off their ass. Um, Themes of consequences of being an alcoholic were fairly common, all things considered, in a lot of these older comic books from before my era. Um, and then we get, and this remains true today. They clean it up quite a bit more to continue to fly under censorship's radar, but those themes are still there if you know how to see them when they appear. Like, you've got to be intelligent enough that your comprehensive capabilities are able to see those themes when they are presented to you in comics. Like, take street level heroes, like let's use Daredevil as an example, because Daredevil's a great example of what I'm talking about. In the 80s and the 90s, the character of Daredevil, who had existed for a while at that point, evolved in comics to try to match the period of time that was the 80s and the 90s. He became a much darker, a much grittier superhero. They even somewhat altered his origin tale, his origin story, to match the newer variation of the character. And oftentimes, some of the most common enemies they would set Daredevil against are known mass murderers and assassins. Not a theme you necessarily want a child of like 8 or 10 or 12 years old reading about. They did anyways. He would fight street level drug dealers and people strung out on drugs and or alcohol who were out causing problems. And he would beat the holy shit out of them. Like, he would fuck them up really badly. So extreme violence was absolutely a theme in these comics and remains a theme in those type of comics to this day. But according to censorship, that doesn't exist in comics that children are allowed to read. According to censorship in America, and what they tell the wide world, even though the wide world all knows it's a load of bullshit, those kind of themes are not allowed to be consumed by kids under specific age limits, depending on the PG, or the censorship rating, whether it's PG, PG-13, rated N, or whatever for everybody, rated R, rated X for extreme, or what have you. These are not themes allowed to be read by kids, depending on the rating, under a specific age. This is what censorship in America tells the rest of the world. But it's not what actually happens. And that, like I said, is in terms of media, that is probably the single biggest difference between America and Japan. Japan not only allows their kids to consume these themes from very young ages, but they are very upfront to the world about allowing it to happen. They don't lie to the world and say, no, it doesn't happen. No, it absolutely fucking happens. And they know it, and the world knows it. America, on the other hand, like I said, goes, we have these specific ratings for media content, and children under specific ages are not allowed to consume content, media content, of a specific rating. And there's an easy way to prove my point. Let me ask you this. Growing up between the ages of, say, 5 and 13 years old, did you, Adidas Dallas, consume media content that contained themes that were very likely not 100% appropriate for those ages?
そっか。うん、わかった。みんなの言う通りだね。
Alright, give me a minute. I gotta clean my glasses.
ハグモ、タブモ、ごめんね。間違っていたのは私だったみたい。
ノキア
Alright, ads should be over in about 20 seconds.
私の愛を
Well, that's about 10 seconds earlier than what my screen's telling me should be, but alright. So, let me ask you this question. And I want you to be 100% honest. Remember, my streams are a safe space, and we are discussing an important topic. Alright? And your answer is directly related to proving the point I'm making on this topic. So, Mr. Adidas Dallas, I understand that you're, like, I think mid to late 20s, based on your appearance. I don't think I've ever actually asked your age. But based on your appearance, I've seen you on video. You don't appear any older than about 29, give or take a couple years. But, you know, 30s, whatever. You're still about a decade younger than I am. You're a millennial, a true millennial. So let me ask you this, because this really started getting pushed as something in America when you were a child. All right, this whole censorship snafu started in like the mid 90s. Really, like that's where it really got going. Technically, it began in like 1989, but it really got pushed in the early to mid 90s. I know, I lived that era. So let me ask you, Mr. Adidas Dallas, prior to the age of, let's say, 14, at the outside, did you, with or without consent of any kind, consume any form of media that would include themes like violence, especially extreme violence, murder, drugs, alcoholism, etc., that would have been considered, according to censorship rating groups, inappropriate for you to consume prior to the age of about 14 or so? Be honest.
それが私の愛。私風に言えばこれが私のデジモンへのラブだ。
ノキ
And when I say media, I mean any form of media. TV shows, cartoons, anime, movies, comic books, manga, video games, anything that would have had themes such as drug use, the selling of drugs, like maybe human trafficking of some kind, violence, especially extreme violence, genocide, murder, especially mass murder, to a certain degree, like domestic violence, abuse of power by those in authority, themes of that nature. Did you, prior to the age of 14, consume any form of media which would contain a theme such as the ones I described or similar?
何度負けたって何度くじけたっていいよ。
Either
私はそばで
blatantly outright or kind of subtly stuck in there, hoping people would miss it.
でもノキアのラブあったかいね。
心がふわっとするよ。
俺もだよ。今なら
Just yes or no, Adidas?
アグモン進化。
グレイモン
Hello, Greymon.
ガブモン進化。
Now, remember, this would include games like Grand Theft Auto, which has contained these kind of themes for like ever.
ガレルモン
Matter of fact, it's exactly what the Grand Theft Auto games are built on. It's themes of murder, themes of drugs, themes of prostitution, extreme domestic violence, police and other authority figures on power trips who abuse authority, extreme violence. Like, that is exactly what GTA is. It's always been that way. Games are a huge part of the GTA franchise. And I mean, like, modern games. Gangs that are out there fighting wars in the street over territory or some kind of perceived beef or conflict between each other. That kind of thing. And I know your generation consumed that type of media. Maybe not quite as much as my generation did,
これが
but I know yours did because I grew up. I was a teenager when you were a kid.
すごい。
I watched the same shit you did.
本当だ
Or at least had access to the exact same programming and media that you had access to.
これなら俺たちもう一度
And as a proud geek
こんな愛の
and
伝
a
え方が
proud nerd,
次は私たちも本当
それじゃああなたは
こ
I
っち側
can
に
tell you, I was knee deep in those cultures. 100% I was knee deep into it. I consumed media of all kinds that you know, comics, games, shows, films, cartoons, anime that I didn't know was anime until much later in my life, because I didn't know about anime until, or what it was, until I was in like my mid to late 20s, to be perfectly honest.
私たち
But
が
I'd
本気を
watched
出すのは
anime
ここから
before that, and I just didn't know that it was Japanese anime that was just adjusted for American audiences. Like, I wasn't aware of that. Some of my favorite shows growing up as a child are actually taken from Japanese anime. Thundercats, Voltron, Transformers. All three are programs that I grew up on as cartoons in America. I was not aware were actually from Japan.
あなたたちは一体どんな強ささあさあさあ
あなたたちから感じるもちろんこの私
So
さっきの
I
は
was knee deep in that kind of stuff. Consuming all these forms of media and whatnot, left, right, and center. I know what your generation had access
パワ
to.
ーが本物だって証
I know why you had access to
いく
it.
よ二人とも
I know how you had access to it. I only asked you to see if you would be honest about it.
覚醒したシステ
And
ム
you
の
were,
姉
and
妹
I
の力
appreciate that.
解くとこれ
But it goes to prove the point I'm making.
覚悟なさい
We in America claim the use of censorship to avoid exposing our kids to forms of media with specific types of themes that censorship claims are inappropriate for them to consume prior to certain ages. When censorship determines, oh, well, now you're old enough to be able to understand these things. And I'm not dogging on censorship in and of itself. Censorship 100% has a place in society around the world.
そこだ
I will not argue that. That is a very valid, very open and honest point.
じゃんじゃん
Censorship absolutely has a place in society. That said,
避けきれる
if
か
you're
しら
going to have censorship, you need to actually enforce censorship. And that is where America fails. We talk a lot of shit about censoring media for certain age groups so that they are not presented with themes that is considered, according to censorship, inappropriate for children in those age groups. But that's all it really is. It's a lot of talking shit, but not a lot of enforcement on any level. Give you another example.
ここまでね
The movie Labyrinth is in at least the top 25 or 30 most popular and most incredible films of my youth. As is The Dark Crystal. I'm sure you've heard older people in your life talk about just how amazing those movies are. And they're right. They are absolutely correct. Those movies are incredible for so many reasons. But they also have themes in them that children, according to censorship, under at least the age of 14 or 15, should not be allowed to consume. Examples from each film. In The Labyrinth, a baby is kidnapped by an evil individual, an evil being, from what, for all intents and purposes, is a alternate dimension to our own. Because of a promise that was made to this being by someone or something at some point prior to the kidnapping of the child. It's essentially human trafficking. The prophecy, if the child's allowed to grow or whatever, like the evil guy, the big bad in the film is gonna get fucked up, etc. So to do it, the big bad kidnaps the child and plans to either convert the child to his side or kill the child. That is not a theme, according to censorship, which should be consumed by anyone under about 14 or 15 years old. I watched that movie for the first time when I was like 10 or 11 years old. Here's another one. This is an example taken directly from the movie The Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal is about the fight to prevent the literal genocide of two races of beings. It is a war against genocide on one side and a war to commit fucking genocide on the other side. On top of that theme, on top of the genocide theme, there's the theme of slavery. And I'm talking like extreme slavery, brainwash slavery is a huge theme in the movie. The bad guys of the film, when they're not busy murdering the Gelflings, they capture them, brainwash them, to the point where the only thought the Gelflings have are to serve the bad guys and do whatever the bad guys want them to do when they want them to do it. If that means they fight each other to the death, then that's what it means. If that means they are forced to work until they are literally murdered by the work from like overexhaustion, lack of food and water consumption, etc., then that's what happens. The bad guys are either attempting to 1 minute commit genocide of the Gelflings, or they are enslaving them in the worst possible fashion. These are two of the most predominant, if not the two most predominant themes in the Dark Crystal movie. According to censorship, no one under at least 16 years old should consume those themes. Because to be perfectly honest, I watched The Dark Crystal when I was about 10 or 11 for the first time. I just thought it was a really fun movie with puppets. Yay, puppets and cool graphics and sets and stuff, you know? I wasn't anywhere near old enough, smart enough, wise enough, or mature enough to understand the underlying themes of the film. And they weren't even subtle about these types of themes either. No, these themes are in your face the whole goddamn movie. I was not old enough and mature enough to not only see the themes, but to understand the themes and why they were in the film. I didn't have a fucking clue. I have rewatched that movie probably a dozen or more times since I was 10 or 11 years old and I watched it for the first time, and it scared the shit out of me. That's a scary fucking movie for a kid. I'm not going to lie to you. It wasn't until I was at least 14 or 15 years old, and I was rewatching the movie yet again, that I started to really understand the true themes of the film, why they were there, and everything associated with that. As I said, censorship has a place in society, not just in America, but around the world. I agree to a point that there are certain things that certain age groups of kids are just completely incapable of understanding exist, much less understanding in any way, shape, or form on any level. And kids in those age groups should not be allowed to consume any form of media that contains those particular themes. Because they are not mentally and emotionally grown up enough and mature enough to consume them, to think about them, and to think about what they are, what they mean, how they affect people. Like, all of these things you have to consider when you consume a form of media that contains a theme of that nature. I'm not mentally and emotionally mature enough at 11, 12, 13, and to a certain point at 14 years old to consume media that contains themes about things like genocide, slavery, extreme drug themes, especially drug use and drug selling and things like that. I'm sort of old enough to start understanding gang-based themes at that point, especially considering my particular circumstances, where I ended up in environments where I was around gang members, so I would talk with them about their lives, and they would kind of teach me some things that most kids don't receive. You know, I gained knowledge access that most kids in that age group don't get access to throughout the entirety of their lives. But I did from a somewhat young age. So I was able to understand these things a lot better than other kids in my age range because of my particular circumstances. And it's why at a much younger age than most people, I started to be able to start understanding certain themes that other kids my age could not even see existed, much less were capable of understanding.
素晴らしい成長だわ。白峰。
ありがとう。私たち
さあ強力な手下を貸してしまった慢心が敗因の一つになったのは
But
間違い
again,
ないでしょうけどね。
growing up, my circumstances were fairly unique compared to the vast majority of other people in my age range or even today.
厄介な手下を雇ってしまったわ。
I'm part of probably maybe 20% of kids worldwide in any group of people since at least the 1930s or 40s that grew up in the circumstances that I grew up in. Realistically, that is a very small overall percentage of people.
リップ嬉しいけどなんだかちょっと寂しい。そう。
And realistically, many of those people come from war-torn countries and nationalities that are considered third world or worse.
それにノキア
If we take away
姿は危ない
that
しね
particular demographic, I would be part of a group of kids in any, generation that would come up to maybe 15% of all people, minus the demographics of individuals in war-torn nationalities, such as Israel was for many, many years, still is to a certain point, even though they actually have their own country now, which they did for a long time. Palestinians, many areas in the nation of Africa.
私たちでさえこのあなたたちは
You take away demographics like that, you lower me from being in the 20 to 30% range of people who grew up in circumstances similar or worse than mine, to about 10 to 15% of people who grew up in circumstances similar to or worse than my own.
ブラン悔しい。ちょっとブラン
火薬私たちが負けるな。
ブランちゃんブラン落ち着きなさい。
And that's important in me discussing this narrative from my point of view.
今日
Because
のバ
you
トル
have
は
to understand, I come into
自信をつけ
discussing
さ
this
せるのが目
narrative
的だって
from a
打ち合わせした
very,
でしょ
very jaded point of view. And with certain
分かって
specific
ますけど
intellectual and forced emotional and mental advantages and growth that many people don't get at the ages
あ
I
なたたち
got
もう
them.
一度この魂の高ぶりあ
So my point of view on this is absolutely considered very much jaded.
もうブランってばいつもいい勝負の後は興奮して
But
戦闘本能を抑え
that
きれなくなっちゃう
said,
のよね。
it doesn't invalidate the point that I'm making.
安心しなさい。
And one reason that censorship has gotten as slack as it has in the last 30 years, because believe me, it's gotten
妹の
slack
暴
as
走を止めるこ
fuck
とができるのは
in individual homes
聞きなさいブラン。
and in public
ラン
spaces.
クーモン師匠直伝。ねえ。
この歌
It's because the economy and other factors in the world has gotten so bad
渋谷
that unlike my generation, where almost every household, at least in America, had at least one parent at home who didn't have to work. So he or she would be there to guide and raise the children in the home on a day-to-day basis. You can't have that today. Now, I don't say that to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful or anything. I'm simply telling the truth. The world, especially America, has done an almost complete 180 from the time when I was a kid and how things were to today. And there's so many things that are different from when I was a child compared to today. For example, technology was it anywhere close to where it's at today when I was a kid. Home computers were rare. Home video game systems were just coming into existence and were semi-rare. Matter of fact, gaming was considered antithetical to society, to what kids should be, and what they should be doing growing up. When I was a kid, and I'm not kidding you when I tell you this is 100% honesty, and I have said this on my channel before. When I was a child, up till about the time I was 15, and it really started gaining popularity and seen in society around the world. If somebody knew you were a geek and or a nerd and or a gamer, or any combination of those three things, or all three things at once, and I was all three at once, you would get your ass beat by entire towns, cities, villages. Because that shit, the word, once it was found out by one person, that word got around really quick. And you could not go anywhere where somebody wasn't trying to beat your ass for it. Because you were considered less than everybody else for being a nerd and or a geek and or a gamer. It was frowned on to be any of those three things, much less a combination of those three things, much less all three at one time. One of the reasons I'm as tough physically as I am is because my first 10 years, 10, 12, 13, 14 years of living, I was fighting constantly, like literally almost every day, because people found out that I was all three of those things, a nerd, a geek, and a gamer. And people wanted to kick my ass because they thought I was worth less than they were because I was those three things. And we didn't have cell phones when I was that age. Cell phones didn't start becoming a thing until like the early 90s. Early mid-90s. I didn't walk around with a fucking miniature goddamn fucking computer in my pocket. I couldn't pull that out and call the cops and be like, somebody's trying to kick my ass just because I'm a nerd and or a geek and or a gamer. I didn't even understand that's why they were trying to beat my ass. And while we had public payphones, sure, they weren't on every fucking corner. Especially in larger areas, cities, small cities or large towns. This shit wasn't in every goddamn corner. Like, a lot of times, depending on where you were at, like what city, village, town, what have you, that you were located at, you would have to travel for blocks and blocks and blocks. Like anywhere between at least 2 to 3 blocks at a minimum to upwards of, you know, maybe 10 blocks to find a phone of some kind where you could call for help. Or maybe if you were lucky, the incident would occur within, you know, maybe a few blocks of a friend's house, and you could go to a buddy's house and go, help, you know, these guys are trying to kick my ass. I need you to hide me. Or help me deal with the conflict. Like, that was very much a thing when I was a kid. This was something that we dealt with every day of our lives. People, I've talked to people where I've talked about having these kind of issues, and people think I'm fucking around with them. They think I'm not being honest. No, I'm 100% fucking honest. There were numerous times where I fought for my literal life because I got jumped by a bunch of people, and then I didn't understand that I was being jumped because I was a geek, a nerd, and a gamer. Like, I didn't get it because they didn't say anything to me. They wouldn't say, well, this is why we're doing this. They just fucking did it. And they brought friends to help fucking do it. But today, that's not a concern. Like, that's a huge change from when I was a child versus when Adidas was a child versus the kids of today. It's a huge gulf of difference between that, you know, then and now. A shit ton of things have changed in 30 years. But these were concerns when I was a kid. But I was also, especially compared to kids today, I was physically, mentally, and emotionally far stronger and tougher than modern kids. Or even than Gen X kids. Or not Gen X, but millennial kids. No offense to you millennials. You're pretty strong and tough mentally, physically, and emotionally. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're not. I'm just simply stating that compared to a Gen X kid, you ain't got nothing on us. No disrespect. Like you said, different times, different eras, different ways of living. We fought for fun, physically and verbally, all day, every day when I was a kid. We pulled the weak from our ranks, is what we did. And I don't say that to be rude. I'm not trying to be an asshole or brag or anything like that. I am making a point. When I was a child, weakness was cold. Plain and simple. If you couldn't take the goddamn heat, you got the fuck out the kitchen. It was really that simple. That's not the case today. Because a bunch of laws and rules and regulations and whatnot got put in place that has caused kids today to be raised like a bunch of goddamn pussy bitches. I'm gonna call it like I see it. Kids today don't have anywhere even remotely close to the mental, emotional, and physical strength and toughness of even the youngest of the millennial generation. It's really that simple. And again, I don't say that to try to be an asshole. I don't want anyone to misunderstand what I'm saying here. I am making a very much unbiased, fair comparison between my generation of kids and Generation Y kids, because they were raised exactly the way we were, versus true millennials and onwards. And no offense to the other kids, but y'all ain't got shit on us. Like, mentally and emotionally, y'all ain't got shit on us. But that's just one of a multitude of differences between Generation X and Generation Y and every generation that came after we did, is that technology has advanced so significantly. It's not just technology. Economic conditions are considerably worse. You cannot grow up in a house now with only one working parent. You require both parents to be working, and usually at least one parent to have two different fucking jobs. Because economically, if you want to be able to afford the bare fucking minimum, god damn it, I fucked that up. If you want to be able to afford the bare fucking minimum for necessities, food, shelter, clothing, you have to be able to draw in 2 to 3 times as much money today at a minimum into your household as you did back when I was a kid living with my parents. Single income households simply cannot exist in today's economic environment. And let's be realistic. I said basic necessities. You have to have 2 or 3 jobs of adults in the fucking household to be able to afford basic necessities. That is basic fucking necessities. Food, clothing, shelter. Those are your actual 3 basic necessities. Everything after that is a luxury, essentially. Cable, streaming services, internet, cell phones. All of that is considered a luxury. Your basic bare necessities for survival are food, clothing, housing. That's it. And in today's economic environment, if you want to be able to afford those 3 things, you have to have a minimum 2 adults in the house, both need to work, and one of them most likely has to work at least two separate jobs. Now think about what that means in terms of raising kids today versus raising kids back when I was a child. Think about what that difference is and what it means. Back when I was a kid, we had one income households. And not only could we easily afford, on average, the 3 basic necessities, we pretty consistently had money for things that were considered luxuries. Almost every home in America had cable television, which would expand our basic TV channels we get access to from about 3 to 5 to anywhere between 25 to 150 channels. We could get movies on VHS. We had VCRs in the home. Constantly had VHS tapes where we could tape shows and shit so we could watch them over and over and over and over and over at later dates. Or films, things of that nature, directly off TV so that we didn't have to pay for the luxury of going out and buying the thing on VHS tapes. We had radios in the house all over the place. Those are a luxury. We had plenty of cassette tapes to play a multitude of different bands and music in our radios. We also had tons of radio stations. PBS was huge. Like, we could afford all of these things that we just took for granted back then. But we can't take for granted now because we're losing all of them. Some of them we're losing because they've really outgrown their usefulness in the current age of technology. For example, cable TV, realistically speaking, isn't worth the prices being charged compared to streaming services, which are just as good, if not better. Every fucking house or home either has or should have a home computer. Streaming services are just a better option. Most homes have internet access. Streaming services are a better option. Why should you pay $50, $60, $70 a month for a basic cable package that gives you maybe 100 channels, give or take, but it's only going to give you maybe a couple dozen shows that you want to watch scattered across those channels at various times, when you could pay half or less for a couple of streaming services, gain access to those same goddamn channels, those same goddamn shows and movies and what have you, plus a whole lot more from a variety of different channels, and you are paying way less. Cable's had its day in America and in the world. It's not worth paying for anymore. Same goes for landline phones. Realistically speaking, with the level that cell phone technology is at right now, having a landline phone is redundant when you have a literal mini computer in your pocket at all times, just always within reach. Why waste the money to pay for a landline telephone when you have cell phone access? The only reason to have a landline is if you cannot afford to buy a cell phone, which in today's economic environment is a very real risk. Because those things are getting fucking expensive. But for anybody who can afford it, even if only just barely, it's just smarter to have the cell phone than a landline. Because cell phone can go anywhere. Landlines are stuck to the home. And usually, even with the cordless, you're not going too far outside the home. Because then you lose cell phone or cordless signal on the landline. It's just smarter to have a fucking cell phone. Landlines are basically dead in today's world. And even landline plans, for the few places that still offer them, are pretty ridiculously expensive. Because it's a dead technology. Nobody needs it anymore. Or very few people do. There's not enough call for that type of service. But food, on the other hand, everybody needs food. I don't care who you are or where you're at. You need food to live. Period. You need shelter to live. You need to be able to wear clothes to survive. Alright? And not get arrested. Let's add that in there too. Considering that these three items are absolute survival necessities, why is it that the prices for these items have increased so significantly and are still increasing today compared to 30 years ago, 25 years ago, 20, 15, 10, even as much as 5 years ago? Give you an example. I live in a one-bedroom apartment. All right? When I was in my teens and early 20s, this place wouldn't have cost any more than $500, maybe $600 a month. Tops. If it cost that much. Considering how shitty this one is, and the location, $400 to $450 would have been your average price. Oh, absolutely, Adidas. Absolutely. But then, that brings up a new question. That forces you to ask, what caused it? What caused inflation? Well, there's a lot of things that go into it, but it basically breaks down to this. The top 1% bracket of wealth, aka the ultra wealthy, not just in every country, but across the planet, bought politicians to make laws, rules, regulations, etc., which allowed them to corner markets, which then allowed them to set prices in those markets at whatever the fuck they want that price to be at, and basically fucked everybody in the ass that is not in that top 1% bracket of wealth, not just in any individual country or nation, but across the planet. Because those are two separate things. They are intertwined, but they are also separate. There are people in America who are in the top 1% bracket of wealth who are considered ultra wealthy from America, but don't make that same top 1% bracket of wealth, aka considered ultra wealthy worldwide. And the same is true in every country. There are people in every country who are considered in the top 1% for that country, but not in the top 1% ultra wealthy around the world. But those individuals who fall into that particular gray area of being ultra wealthy are just as much responsible for contributing to current conditions, economically and otherwise, around the world, as are the people who are recognized to be in that top 1% ultra wealthy class worldwide. Anyone who is considered ultra wealthy, either within the confines of a particular nation or across the planet, anyone who is recognized to be a member of the ultra wealthy class in either category is equally responsible for the downfall of the world and world society. They have ruined education. They have created massive amounts of inflation, which has economically ruined the common person. They are responsible for brainwashing common people into believing that money equals power, and if you don't have money, you don't have power. And that right there. Now, I was talking about this in my stream the other day because an old friend asked me about this. We were having a talk about this. You know, it got brought up in a different way, but still, ultimately, it all leads to this particular thing. How the common people worldwide have been brainwashed. Because in the end, it all comes down to what true power is. Now, the ultra wealthy, whether it's just within a specific country or region, or ultra wealthy worldwide, would have you believe and have brainwashed us into believing money equals power. Therefore, because they have all the fucking money, they have all the power. But is that fucking true? Well, let's look at this. Historically speaking, has that proven true? No. No, it hasn't. Every single time the ultra wealthy gained what they considered true, absolute power, who's brought them to their knees and forced them to make shit right? It wasn't the politicians. They buy them and sell them on a regular basis. We know this. This is fact. So, who's watching the watchers, essentially, is the question. Well, it's the majority of people, not just in individual countries or regions, but worldwide. Because, and this has been true since humanity first started stepping away from being members of the simian races in the animal kingdom, and started creating what we currently call human society and culture today. The majority are always the true power. Every single fucking time. And at some point during the course of human development, those who were ultra wealthy started to understand that concept. And they understood that if they were going to shift thinking, they had to brainwash the people. So they started by making people's lives as absolutely shitty as they could if they weren't members of what was then called the aristocracy. Because that's what the ultra wealthy are today. They're essentially the modern day version of the aristocracy. Or the nobility, if you want an easier word. Same fucking thing. If you weren't a member of the nobility, they made your life a literal living hell on earth. They limited your educational opportunities and access. Matter of fact, most quote-unquote peasants, which is what they are called if you're not a member of the nobility, most peasants were completely uneducated. They couldn't read, they couldn't write, they could barely think for themselves. And the reason they could barely think for themselves is because they were kept in such misery, such miserable fucking conditions on a day-to-day basis that thinking was a luxury they simply could not afford. They were toiling, 14 to 20 hours out of a day to be able to afford a crust of bread for their family. They had to have anywhere between 6 to almost 20 kids in a house, in a home, in these little piece of shit hovels made from mud and grass and shit, just to be able to toil 12 to 20 hours a day to afford a crust of bread or two for the whole family to eat for their meal for a day. That's literally how miserable it was hundreds of years ago. And even as recently as just 300 or 400 years ago, at the very outside, it was that miserable. Then the Industrial Revolution began. Things started becoming industrialized. People started getting better lives. And for a little while, shit turned around. For a few hundred years, at most, things looked up for the common person. Education went up. Living conditions improved. Things improved from start to finish for humans. Then the ultra wealthy inserted themselves into the equation again because they understood times changed, so they had to readjust times and readjust their strategies. So now they use a variety of tactics in all forms of media to continue the brainwashing to make the common person believe that money equals power, and if you don't have any fucking money, you don't have any fucking power. We're just living in a modern era where they're trying to make that true, but it's not. Voices like mine get silenced because we scare the ultra wealthy, because we tell the truth. We demonstrate the lie that the ultra wealthy keeps trying to tell the common person. We're proof that that is a lie. Every single time corrupt regimes are brought down, and these regimes are always headed by the nobility class, every time they're brought down, who brings them down? The majority does. We peasants. And they fucking know it. They've never forgotten it. There's example after example after example after example throughout the course of history. Some of the easiest examples to remember. The reign of King Edward III. That was basically stopped by the peasantry, because the peasantry had enough of his shit. They stepped up, they stopped his reign, they forced the nobility to accede to them, at least for a short time. They forced it. They said, if you don't, we're going to kill all of you. There are far more of us than there are of you, you dumb motherfuckers. So either you accede to our demands or we kill you. It's that simple. Every time there was a revolution in France, same fucking story. The peasants got sick of the nobility's bullshit, turned on the nobility, took out the nobility, and rebuilt society. And it was better for at least a little while after. And these are just a few of the examples that you can look up that historically prove the point I'm making. And that point is this. If we want to improve conditions, the majority have to stand up together and force the minority, aka the ultra wealthy, and their puppets, the politicians, to step up to the fucking plate and do the job. If we don't, it's never going to fucking happen. We will continue to be more and more and more and more oppressed every moment of every day, of every week, of every month, of every year, of every century, of every millennium. Until if and or when the majority of the people get their shit together, stand up and say, fix all of this, or you'll never get the chance to. We'll do it our fucking self. Now, I am personally a very nonviolent person these days. Have been for at least 15 years. I don't believe in physical violence because I understand that physical violence only perpetuates the cycle. It doesn't break it. It does not solve problems in the long term and very rarely solves a problem in the short term. Mental violence, on the other hand, almost always solves a problem long term and short term. I believe in using my head, not my fist, unless I'm forced to use my fist. I believe physical violence should always be an absolutely last resort for anything. That said, I also understand that physical violence has a place in the world and in human society. That sometimes it's required to put a temporary patch on a problem that temporarily corrects at least part of it in order for people to come up with a longer term and better fix. I understand that it's sometimes required. I don't like it, but I get it. And I'll go along with it under those conditions. I understand that here in America, at the very least, I can't speak for any other country. I don't know enough about their economic or societal or cultural statuses to be able to speak on this topic about them the way I can here in America. So I understand that here in America right now we are on an absolute collision course where it's going to end up being a choice of whether or not we end up using physical violence. We are so close to the precipice where a violent physical revolution will be required to even begin trying to create the necessary fixes to fix the problems in this country. We're so very close to that precipice. I don't want us as a country to reach it. We still have time to use our heads, not our fists, to correct the problems in the country. But that has to start with the majority of people, those that the ultra wealthy consider peasants and less than them, standing together as one people And in order for that to happen, the majority need to become educated on how we got here and why. Part of my job, I feel, as someone reaching their middle age who's been around the block more than once at this point, who's seen this shit coming and should have done something a little bit more back when I was younger, but I was too young, dumb, and full of cum to do it. This is why I'm trying to educate anybody who comes into my channel while I'm live or who watches my VODs after I go offline. I want you educated. I want you to understand where we're at, how we got here, why we got here, and what we can fucking do about it. Because I want us as a people to stand up together and work together. It is the ultimate best solution. But we can't do that when only a small percentage of us have any real degree of education about what's going on and why and how we can correct it. So listen to my lectures when I give them. I need you to listen. I need you to fully comprehend what I say and why I say what I say. Because ultimately, it's up to we the people to fix the fucking problem. But we can't fix the problem unless A, as many people as possible are fully educated on everything that they need to know about the entirety of the situation, and B, unless we stand together as one and say enough is enough. Those are the two things that have to happen for this to start getting fixed. It's that fucking simple. And Adidas, Kits, Bunny, anybody else who comes in here who listens to me when I talk about this, I hope that not only do you take what I say to heart, which I absolutely want you to do, 100%, I want you to do it. But I also want you to spread this education around to the people in your circle and encourage them to spread it around to the people in their circle, so that hopefully sooner rather than later we can stand as one, say enough is enough, and start creating the necessary solutions. Now, that's all I want to give on this lecture for the day, because I want to get some more work done on this, because I enjoy this game, I really do. But before I do that, I got to go take me a piss. I got to go grab me a brand new cup of coffee. I'm not out of coffee about the last half hour while I've been talking. I'll be right back, y'all motherfuckers. Y'all hang tight. Also gonna grab me a block of cheese. Kind of hungry. I'm hungry. No. Go lay down. Go lay down. Alright. I fucked this up last time I did this one. I deviated from my normal strategy, which is a guaranteed win. Oh, shit. Be right back. I got my coffee. Alright, sorry about that.
さあ行こう。
マッチと遊んでくれますの？
I believe it's Lekismon, if I remember correctly.
ちと遊んでくれますの？ちっとも圧ならしまへんな。
ハック開始だ。ハック開始だ。
Warabimochi. What the fuck is that? You know, I'm curious. What is a Warabimochi? So apparently it's a type of Japanese dessert. Kinda sounds a little bit like American donuts. And when I say donuts, I'm not talking about like the big round ones with the hole in the center. I mean like donut holes, actually. I'm looking at a picture of apparently what this stuff is, and it kind of looks like translucent donut holes. Huh. Well, I've probably heard that term, seen that term in this game before. I just didn't fucking remember it, but...
始めるよ。
さあ行こう。みんなのおかげだよ。ハック開始だ。
ハック開始だ。悪くなかった。
Under Kowloon 3. Alright, that was way faster than I anticipated.
さあ行こう。なんとかなったね。ハック開始だ。いっけー。なんとかなったね。さあ行こう。
That is hilarious.
ハック開始だ。
Alright, I turn this motherfucker in. I'm caught up. Alright. See if I'm strong enough right now to do this.
さあ行こう。いっけー。みんなのおかげだよ。 さあ行こう。さあ行こう。
Yeah. Almost as tough as I thought this round would end up being. I'd almost forgot about doing this.
Che! みんなのおかげだよ。さあ行こう。いっけー。
Great way to get some fast track XP.
ハック開始だ。みんなのおかげだよ。ハック開始だ。いっけー。 なんとかなったね。
Ooh, Digi of Courage. Opens up some, options for Digivolution. Get those Pokeballs out. kind of embarrassing. I think they said this one. Yep, there it is.
開始だ。いっけー。 みんなのおかげだよ。なあ、この間言ったお祓い効果はあったか？
それがいまいちなんだ。エデンで噂の白い少女の幽霊を見ちまうし、秋葉原で怪現象にも巻き込まれちまうし、せっかく10万もする壺買ったのにな。
バカだな。お前知らないのか？ああいうのは薬と同じだ。何度も行かなきゃ効果はねえんだって。
そうだ。だからか。なんだかさっきからまたあの VIP ルームから。
やべえよそれ。お祓いの効き目が切れてきたんだって。
今度は30万の首飾りも買う。
Alright guys, I gotta go drop the pups off with their mama. I'll be back shortly, hang tight.
What? You're so excited! You're so excited! One. You're gonna have to get your gold bags.
All right, we're back, bitches.
いつも人聞きの悪いこと言わないでよね。ちょっとお仕置きしてるだけでしょ。この子、私と記憶共有してからハッキングができるようになったでしょ。だから試しに一人でウイルスプログラムを作らせてみたの。そしたらこの子、よりによって出来上がったウイルスを私に仕掛けたのよ。おかげで私の端末の画像ファイル全部ヌメモンのドットグラフィックに。だから同じドットでお仕置き中。
体が変な感じだよ。元に戻してよ。
作れとは言ったけど私に仕掛けろとは言ってないでしょ。その姿でちょっと反省してなさい。
そんなに怒らなくてもいいじゃない。せっかくエリカの記憶から参照したのに。クーディアができる前にね、エリカも同じようなことをやったんだよ。リュウジに自分のスキルを見せるために、リュウジと千歳の端末の画像ファイルを全部ドットに変えちゃったの。何のドットに変えたって？
余計なこと言うと今度は麻痺を追加するわよ。
なんで言っちゃダメなの？エリカ、あの時は最高からそれと同じことをしただけなのに。
あんたは過去の経験を局所的に抜き出してるからそう思うだけで、今の私にとっては忘れたくても忘れられない過去の時系列を踏まえて記憶を整理してよね。
やだ。
いつの間にか私より私の記憶に自分がもう一人いるみたいで、私がいないところで余計なこと言わないようにサーバー。
仕事が入った。これから又吉さんの部署、電脳犯罪捜査課のサーバーにザクソンからの依頼だ。
お兄ちゃん、私は今回は一緒に。
無理はするなよ。まず関係者のアカウントを手に入れる。対象は又吉さんだ。準備してくる。千歳に伝えておけ。
よかったね、エリカ。リュウジからお許しが出て。エリカ、私も一緒にやってもいいでしょ？
そうね、画像データを。
おお、それなら
どうしたの？さすがにまずくないかって。そりゃいいわけないけど、私たちはハッカーだよ。時々
悪いね、わざわざ来てもらっちゃってよ。仕事中はあんまり。フーリエのバイトじゃないのかって？違うよ、エンジニアだよ、エンジニア。店のバイトはお嬢もリュウジも店の運営はおざなりっていうか適当だろ。別にバイトちゃんに代わってって頼まれたから、チームのアジトがなくなったら困るだろうと考えてわざで、電脳犯罪捜査課ってマジかい。でも又吉さんは俺たちの恩人だ。リュウジも悪いようにはしない。ああ、そういや俺たち又吉さんに捕まっ、何年前だったかな。ダチが悪質なハッカーから弱みの証拠を取り返そうとしている。当時一緒になってハッカーしてたリュウジも俺を助けようとして巻き込まれ、二人して一緒に逮捕されちまったのさ。で、今時珍しい昔かたぎの人でさ、説教は長えし、ダチのためにそこまでできるとは見上げ、いろいろ便宜を図ってくれて俺ら歩道扱いで済んだわけ。恩人ってのはそうだから心配すんなって。そんなリュウジの様子がおかしい。しゃあない、後輩のリュウジだよ。妙なことしてないか調べてやるって。裏が取れりゃお前も安心。あいつらには適当にごまかしといてくれよ。仕事が入ったとか言ってさ。心配しなくてもサーバ潜入までには戻ってくるって。んじゃな。
足りないな。又吉さんからアカウントを盗むときに一芝居打つ。千歳が仕事で来られないとなると人手が足りない。
ザクソンから誰か貸してもらえ。
あまりよそのチームを巻き込みたくない。
いや、今どうしてる？面白い。俺？ん？話は分かった。つまりお前たちの作戦に協力すれば。お前の仲間が又吉って刑事をコミュニティエリアに呼び出す。その隙をついてあるプログラムをで、そのデジモンのアバターを着たお前ってわけか。デジモンの姿になったやつにやめろよ。あんまりつぶらな目で見るなよ。照れるだろ。ともかくデジモン型情報コピープログラム。見た目はその姿で3秒間又吉に接触すればアカウント情報をコピーできるか。まさかアバターをここまで改造できるなんて。お前って 本当にハッカーチームの一員になって。気にするなよ、むしろ嬉しいんだ。俺のことをちょっとは。実は本体の方は膝ガクガクなんだけど、俺とお前なら。
又吉さんが来たよ。コミュニこれからはシークレットラインで通信。私の声は君たちにしか聞こえない。
おうリュウジ、連絡。
うっす。この間はありがとうございます。
水臭いこと言ってんじゃねえよ。エリカちゃんはその後どうだい？
すぐに退院できました。
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
そうかそうか、そりゃ何よりだ。ゆっくり会うのは久しぶりだ。
おかげさまでセキュリティ管理の仕事。
ああ、立派なもんだ。今のご時世必要とされる仕事じゃねえか。
ところで又吉さん、
おお、何度も言ってみろ。
いいよ。
デジモンみたいですね。
こんなとこにいたら一般のお客さんに迷惑だろうが。
対象に発見された。
あ、すいません。
最近は
はい、すいませんけど捕まえてもらっ。
やれやれ、世も末だ。
あ、それに
Oh my god, it's her. I love this gal. She's so funny.
そのまま動かないで。大丈夫、いいか
おい伊達、遊んでねえで。
うっす。デジモンはちゃんと管理しておけよな。じゃないと逮捕しちまうぞ。はーい。
ちょうどいい。紹介するよ。リュウジ、部下の伊達だ。お前と同じ口でな。いつ
どうも。
見た目は妙ちきりんだが、警察官として伊達、お前もだ。リュウジの男気と根性は俺のオスハッカーってのはたまに傷だがな。俺ももう年だ。いつどうなるかわからん。
そんな。
誰が死ぬか引退の話だ。
Their dynamic is pretty
これはいか
cute.
んな。
本部から
I like it.
ああ、指名手配のハッカーが。
よし、うまくいけば現行犯逮捕で。
すまんリュウジ、相談の件は後で必ず。
ハッカー絡みですか？だったら俺も。
そいつは助かる。行くぞ。
作戦どうなったんだ。おい、どこ行くんだよ。無茶だって。なんだよ、置いて。
いいじゃないか。
でも
少しくらいあいつらに貸してやれば。あいつはお前の親友だろう。そうさ、俺の言うことが間違い。
ああ。
germs. It's that time of the evening. Alright, that'll work. So we are going to raid into a guy or gal named Relight the Hero, who is also playing Hacker's Memory. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, and everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streams you watch. We really appreciate it. It absolutely makes our day. As streamers, make sure you show that same love and respect to your viewers. Because while we can't do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what would be the fucking point? Alright, this is your immortal Sith Emperor, Darth Zimby, signing the fuck out, saying I will see you motherfuckers tomorrow.